Just gotta hook a few things up. Let me set up. I'm very new to streaming, so gonna need a minute. Let's see. How do I pull up this chat? Not sure. It says I'm live. It says I'm live streaming spider tanks right now. Wow. What a throwback. Let's see. All right. I have the title of the video. Let's see. If I change it, does it change across the board? Category. Good God. All right, let's get started. How's everyone doing today? I feel like Twitch is broken. Twitch is not working right now. Download was canceled. Why is it not streaming on Twitch? It still says spider tanks. That's hysterical. services. Hopechain Explorer. Hopechain Explorer. Yeah, I don't think Twitch is working anymore. Guest broadcast. Alright, I don't think I'm getting Twitch to work. But I don't care. All right. How do I pull up this chat? All right, so today we are doing the Hopechain Explorer. Let's connect to Hopechain. I set up a layer 1, I set up a validator node so that we could connect to all the services and be able to build out our Explorer with free reign. So I've already set up like a developer tools page just so everything's kind of preloaded and I could test things out and show you how everything works. We won't use the smart contracts yet. That'll be after, while we integrate the DEX and the Hopechain campaign smart contracts. That's basically so you can donate kind of like a classic charity would. That platform has a whole bunch of things, but today we're just focusing on transparency and displaying transactions and blocks and being able to give a nice user experience to people so that both developers and users can understand it alike. So right now this is just the developer version. It's going to show you basically how to mock everything, and this is all connecting directly to the chain. So this is real information that it's going to be pulling. And as you can see, it has a transaction builder as well, so that you can add multiple transactions. So say you want to delegate and you want to send tokens, you can chain two into one transaction. You can estimate the gas, you can simulate the transaction, and then you could actually build it and sign it yourself. Am I signed into the right wallet? No, I'm in Flora. Oh, I gotta import. That's unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna send some to this wallet. First we enable Hopechain. Let me get our Hope address. And I'm going into this other wallet over here on another browser, and I'm gonna send Hope to it. I'm gonna send Hope token to it. So just so it has like enough for gas fees, transactions, and we can start testing things out. So let's see, I'm gonna send over 100. Alright, so now this should be registered on chain, so now that it is, it's able to sign the transaction and go through with that. Alright, so that's fixed. But let's start building context, and then we'll start building the essential pages for this. So I built together this one sheet, and I'll show you. Let me switch the screen. So I built together this plan. It's just basically the general architecture of what I have built so far, so it knows not to rebuild components or utilities or anything like that. It knows what pages are built already, which is just the home and developer page. And it can just utilize and tap into the context that I have wrapping the application and be able to apply it where it's needed, instead of building multiple replicative duplicates of APIs and calls and utilities on our side, which is what AI does a lot if you don't establish context right. So yeah, so this is that information. I'm going to feed that in, and we're going to start creating a plan and establishing a context. So right now it's going to scan all the files based on the ones I gave it. It's going to understand it. Let's see, what should I do with this reference? Implement UI? Yeah, probably this one. Update or expand the reference document? No. Create an implementation plan for specific? No. Okay. Let's go all in, and let's do the first one. So implementation, let's just say 1. What a day, though. My God, what is it? It's only 11:45 a.m. for me. You would believe what I've done so far today. Crazy. It's time to chill out a little bit. Make this Explorer. All right, let's see what we got. Let's view this plan. Let's read through this. So, implement all pages, which were the ones that we defined before. Create usable components. Is this organized correctly? All right, so now I just told it to revise because I noticed some things were wrong about the components, how it was structured. It's really supposed to be broken down by like feature, and then hopefully it rewires it to the folder, the architecture of the project that I laid out for it. So, oh, it looks like it's glitched actually. I've never seen that. Is it doing stuff? No. Wow, it's glitched. Yeah, I'm gonna pause this, and we're gonna rerun it. Yo, it's doing it again. That's no good. All right, let's switch it. We're going to ask. Because hopefully you can just do the research first. It's supposed to build context first and then act. For some reason, the plan was looping. Maybe the plan was too similar. But we're vibe coding today, so it's little work is possible. We're gonna ask everything that we need to and do it slowly, each function at a time. You know, each page at a time. Make sure everything works. Then we'll sharpen it up, add some nifty, cool detailing. Some UI improvements, definitely. It never smashes it out of the park first time on that department. It usually gets things functional though, and pulling the right data. So as long as you feed it correctly and you plan appropriately beforehand, it should be really quick. I doubt it'd be like one attempt. Data table. It's doing the same thing. Is this the same thing, literally? Yeah. Oh, no. No. It's slightly different. Alright, now we're going to have it edit the plan. Yeah. There we go. Oh yeah, this is what we want. Pasting navigation. How many? I wonder how much of this it encompasses. I guess we'll see. 4 cards, 10, 10. That's cool. Quick search. So basically, this is what it's gonna do. It's just put stats at the top and like block feed and transaction feed. It's a good start. Block explorer list. Okay. Transaction explorer. Okay, cool. So it's breaking down. Okay, that's perfect. This is how we wanted it. Search page. I don't think we need a search page, but we'll have them make it. We'll have them make it, and then we'll just repurpose it into a pop-up. So it's like one of those, you click the search bar and it kind of expands and shows the search results underneath in real time. It's probably the way. Oh, it's writing code already, damn. Oh, cool. So this is showing how I have the utility set and what to use. So the API, I made a centralized source for everything. So you just tap into it, and This way, it's like you don't have to re-get information every new page that you go to, because it could be shared by the same context from previous pages. And that's how that works. All right, we're going to build this. We're going full throttle. All right. Like 10, 12 pages. 11 pages. I wonder if it's also doing the details pages, like the transaction detail. We could always put that in after, but that'd be cool. Nah, it looks like a bunch of lists doing all the base pages. That's cool. We like that. AI knows its capabilities on this one. Usually it goes like way too in. Starts adding features that you never even thought about. Shit is amazing. Everyone should be using this. If you have an idea, hit ChatGPT and then either download Cursor and learn a little bit of code. It'll be a little bit of catching up and information you'll have to retain. Very little though, very, very little. But if you don't want to use that, you can use any of the online like cloud-based auto builders. It's like bolt.new is an easy one, just to throw that in the URL. And then you just throw a prompt of an application that you want to see, and like boom, makes the whole thing based on your specs. So it's really interesting how it's coming down to creativity, building applications. It's no longer about implementation, or it's getting there. It's getting there. A lot of people I know, they can auto build like an 80% or 85% finished application without any code knowledge, which is astounding, which is amazing. At that last 10%, you need a little bit of knowledge or a little bit of confidence maybe, or quality assurance, because some people can launch applications and it's like, doesn't work. Because it's very tedious to go through and make sure everything works, and it's easy to just like check something off and then you move on. Then AI messes something up in a previous page and it just doesn't work anymore, and then you have to go back and you fix it, and that messes up another page. So yeah, if you take these steps beforehand, then you shouldn't run into that problem, because everything should be wrapped in the same context. You really have to build it from the ground up. First comes the foundation, so always remember that. Damn, I'm tired today. I'm gonna boil some water and get some tea going. But what's everyone building out there? Throw in the comment. Everyone should be, if you're not building something yet, like, you have an idea, and it would take very little effort to push that idea to the next level. Seriously though. So expand upon it and ChatGPT, build the foundation, but also rein it in a little, because AI will add a whole bunch of features, but you have to focus on the minimum viable product. So keep it small, keep it direct. If you would use it, other people would use it. So if you have an idea, if you think of something, oh, this should happen, or this should exist, why doesn't it work like this? Like, change it. There's way too people out here that are actually willing to change it. So But it's so easy now, implementation, the actual like implementation part, the long part is much much shorter, and it doesn't require friggin' 20 years of skill and 100 people, 20 people in each like background, or each specialty, in order to come together to create something amazing, to change something. What AI does is it merges all those. It makes the masters of every field come together and have the same understanding, so that it can actually like further the progress of new fields that otherwise wouldn't even be thought of, because it wouldn't be merging two master class knowledge bases together, or 5 or 10. So it's really awesome, like the culmination of human intelligence, and everyone should be using it. Yeah. This is like how when Google came out, and people needed to learn to start using Google to either fact check or to learn stuff, or to figure out where they're like what to take to the DMV and where it is, or anything really. Google was the place. And if you didn't know how to do that, you're simply going to be like wasting your time trying to get information out elsewhere, or going by hearsay, or so this is that, but it's on a whole other level. It's hundreds of times more useful and more world shattering, world changing. I fully expect within the next 5 years for children to be making applications that generate millions of dollars of wealth. Children they just have to think of this idea and then prompt it and talk to this thing, and they got tons of time. That'll be their game. They could play and make something cool. They can make a game. They can make a TV show. They can make, all the way from physics in an actual world, to a web interface, to a phone app, to making video content, posting on YouTube, fan stuff. It doesn't even matter. It's just it ever expands the implementation part of the process. It's yeah, it's amazing, really amazing. All right, we're blazing through this here though, getting pretty far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tasks down out of 14. Yeah, these errors are okay. They'll all be fixed in time. It's because it edits the tops of files first, and then it gets to the bottom. So right now there could be imports that are not correctly implemented, or variables that aren't declared yet, things like that. Sometimes there is errors after it does run. And that's okay. So literally, if there's an error after it completes, not during, don't interrupt the AI agent while it's working. But after it's completed, if it's still an error, you could just copy paste this whole thing, or this is the most important part, if it's really long. But it's usually not even this is not a lot of text to feed through an AI, not these days. So literally just copy paste this right into the chat, into the agent chat, and it'll just do its research, and it'll tell you what's going on, and it'll also attempt to fix it, and most of the time it does fix it, but it also tells you about it too. So if you hit a problem that AI isn't solving or AI isn't fixing, just tell it to give you an analysis, and if that doesn't work, tell it to scale back further. Tell it to look at the functions, how it relates to other files and other components, and then have it trace back to learn the entire architecture and find where there's a flaw, because sometimes it's architectural flaw. Like I was saying earlier, it could come down to how the architecture could be designed to have one central focus for information, which is the good way to do it, so that all files can communicate to one place. Or if AI builds it out, it can, or be done in separate threads or something like that, and AI doesn't have full context, and it builds out a whole separate wing of your application, and then you build a whole other thing and a whole other thing, and then there's you can't share information between pages. You're trying to fix one thing, but it's like attempting to fix another thing because there's a duplicate. So it can really get really messy. So try and just be very assured in that. All right, so we have an error. Now I'm going to show you. So it shows a white screen. When that happens, you need to right-click the screen and go to Inspect Element, and it'll open up this console. Hold on, I gotta grab my tea. All right, I just had to stop the water. So this is the error, and it's right there on the bottom. So literally just take this log and we're gonna paste it in so that the agent can take a look. A lot of this comes down to like where to look, and it's really, really small information to accomplish a lot. And that's all you really need to get into this field. It's a stepping stone. It's like people always view programmers and coding as like oh, you must be smart. It's like, you really should have known me. I know, like, no one from my past would probably consider me a smart person, but I'm definitely tenacious. That might be something. I think every coder might need that, or at least back in the day, they'd need that more, because it was brutal having to sift through documentation that was either not well written or better written in a freaking textbook. Like Java for Dummies, Java 101, those kinds of textbooks, very useful, oddly enough. I hate to say it, but it's just the case. All right, while this is working, I'm going to start steeping my tea, and I'll be right back. Oh, hope that wasn't too loud. All right. This is done. Let's check it again. Still a white page. Does still have an error? It's a new error. All right, so now I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to say and check through similar issues that may come after. So basically, having it try to find a pattern, because it's the same issue but for a different file, so it just could be like an import problem. Yeah, so it fixed it in two places in two separate things, so it might be actually an import problem. This is what happens when you do like large updates, only because if you do it, if you make like 10 pages like we just did, and there's an error in the same spot in 10 pages, the way the program forms is, the way the website runs at least, is it runs and logs everything until it hits an error, and then it logs the error. So That's if the server hits an error. So like, all right, now it's fixed. So it would output one error, but really there's like 9 behind it. So if you don't have AI predict that and tell it that, then you just have to copy and paste this same error with a different file like 9 times until it's finished. But we just mitigated that, so we're done. So this is loaded now, so let's check out these pages. Not bad. I see you have a problem with latest transactions. There should be definitely one transaction at least, because I just sent a Hope token to the wallet that we're signed in as. Blocks, polls. Do they click? Yes. Block details. Not bad. I mean, it's nonsense. We'll make that make a lot of sense to users. Not quite. Transactions is broken. Accounts is broken. All right, let's take it from transactions. Let's go to the home page. Yeah, let's go to transaction page. Then we're gonna inspect. Is that page pulled up? Yeah. Yeah, so now it failed. I'm gonna take all this. So you see this 500 error? That's definitely what that's about. It could just be how it's formed. It could be a few things. That 500 error means server error, so unless we read the server logs, it's pretty much up to your guess. It could be how a request was formed. Could be what was implemented on the server side, not being ready for some request. And that was the error. Hopefully, sometimes it doesn't quite get it too. Let me switch back. Alright, so remove the reverse parameter. I'm going to give it a refresh. I'm checking the inspect element. We're still getting 500 errors. I'm going to expand it. Transaction search. Alright, so let's just go to the developer settings actually. Let's try get transactions. Do I need action send? Shouldn't. Yeah, I do. No, it's still broken. Alright. So that one's broken. So we go down to transactions and see what works. Broadcast transaction just sends a signed transaction. We don't need that. Simulate no query transaction. Details by hash. So we need the hash. Get transaction by hash. Get transaction list. This is the one we want, but it's not quite working. Let's see, it's get transaction, so get tax is giving me 500 error. Is it how we form the request, or perhaps, let's see, what else do I want to check? So we want to check the request, or we want to check the chain implementation, right? Perhaps it's the chain implementation. It could be maybe a port. No, it can't be the port not exposed, because we're accessing RPC and API everywhere else. It works in every other function. API not support certain event queries. So maybe it just wasn't formed right. Let's read this. Events trim. So it's trying to clean it and then feed it. What's it trying to clean off? Hey! Oh, no, this blocks. Oh, it broke it again. Oh, at least it crashes though. That's actually good. It's better than it failing silently. I have to have it crash again. So we gotta just wait it out. It's probably a timeout. A timeout's like a set, like 15. Oh, it doesn't crash. Damn. No luck. I might have to actually investigate this one. Could be related to the other issues. Accounts, it could be related to how the accounts isn't pulling. So let's check this error. No route matches accounts. So that's just not configured right in the routes. That's a separate issue. So I'm gonna put this in a new thread, but I'm not gonna enter it yet. I'm gonna wait for this to finish. Because they might conflict a tiny bit. Alright, I'm gonna go to this new tab. Let's fix the accounts error here. Okay. Let's look up. What's this account again? Hope. Let's see what we get. Is this broken? Looking like it. It's either that or it's got a lot of data. No, it's the same one. Event messenger message.sender. Oh, hey. It's not broken. It's still giving me this transactions error though. So it's probably trying to pull, probably trying to pull transactions. But it's having trouble. Alright, cool concept to add there. AI. Cool social tags. Alright, let's see. So it's still having that error. So please check documentation for the get transactions check again. So it reformed it a little, but it, oh, no, same problem. All right, we're gonna check the network tab. We're gonna actually investigate this. Query cannot be empty. Let's see the payload. Invalid parameter, error converting, HTTP params. So first there's this one. I'm gonna put this one in. And they're all relevant, so I'm gonna put all these in. Then there's transactions with pagination that attempts. It's probably a fallback. Oh, it has the same damn error. But it's from a different, so we have to put the request information in there. So yeah, go back. Payload. Boom. And then we're gonna do interesting. So that's an RPC call. Detection, events, pagination, and then transaction search. All right, let's see. Expect again. Let's see. Let's try. So it's doing a different endpoint this time. It's failing on direct transactions. It says query cannot be empty, but the payload. It's because it's a GET request. It's a GET request. Word exactly. Query, not payload. Query, not be empty. All right, now let's give it a little extra push, extra instruction. So we need to clarify. We're attempting to list all transactions on the transactions page. there's no address filter, the code calls REST API without events, but the endpoint requires a query. Alright, so it's skipping the API, it's using the RPC instead. No, it doesn't know better. It doesn't know yet. Changes made skip, right? Okay. It's probably not going to work still. Yeah, I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna throw another in here, but then I'm gonna also look into it on ChatGPT. So let's go to chat. It might be using like a deprecated version of code, so I'm referencing it on ChatGPT with fresh context so that it can like look at the current implementation based on the version I fed it, compare it to what's going on. Error loading data. Alright, so it's not failing. Invalid parameters. Query search, transaction at height. Yeah, so this is it over here. I'm going to show you this. So I just went through, I looked at the RPC calls because it said they switched to RPC. And here in the payload, I'm going to grab this so it knows what we're looking at, and then here it is. And then we go to response. Looks like it was just encoded wrong. Let's see. There we go. We're in. Don't like that unknown though, and the timing is off. It's probably not reading it right. It's reading it here. Message, send, easy, events. Word. Not terrible. Not good, but not terrible. It's not done. We got a lot of UI stuff to fix this, but first of all, let's make it so it grabs the information to label this here from the messages that were inside the transaction. That's what we should probably do first. All this stuff's encoded, usually, or is it encoded here? Oh no, it's decoded. Word. I guess it just knew to do that. Word. It's way better than when I made these. I made 2 explorers for other projects previously, and it was like within the last 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. I don't even remember. It was just on my free time, but the AI agents have gotten hella better because new models come out. Really, it's like the AI agents aren't doing anything special. Like the services that provide that connect to the AI agent, rather, the AI agents are doing great stuff, but the services that use the AI agents don't really have to change. They just have to plug in better models, like day after day. Just keep plugging in better models, and then it will outperform the people who have not updated to accommodate these better models. All right, so we need to update the transaction preview in the transaction list to replace unknown, which is currently the label, with details derived from the messages within the transaction. Then we need to line up the time. I don't think you are decoding it or displaying it right, because it says 0 seconds, and then I'm going to get him a piece of the data on how it's retrieved. I'm going to use the network tab. Oh, which screen are we on? Oh, cool. All right, we're on this one. That's good. I'm going to go here, response. We're going to grab a whole transaction. We're just going to grab the whole thing. It's not a lot. That's not a lot of text. Here is how the response is formed from RPC for transactions. So it knows like what exact variable to grab, like a hash information, then it can plug it into the next the next endpoint, like the context held in context, the next endpoint, and then we could store it so that it's quicker for the next user and it gets saved on the server. So you can just serve it really quick. And that's how that works. Yeah, so it's grabbing the information correctly now. Should be displaying it better on the transaction page already, unless the variables haven't been updated yet. No, yeah, it has. This one's missing a fee, which is odd. Or maybe not, because maybe it came from the bank. Yeah, bank doesn't pay the fee. They're the bank. Transaction type extraction. Alright, yeah, so this is finished. Finished enough. Send. That's not how much was sent, that was just the fee. So we need that to be clarified too. Showing the on the transaction for send, showing the fee below on the left, but also just the fee on the right. Maybe we should do the amount within the messages in the transaction. Since the fee is on the bottom, we can put the amount, like whatever's held within the message, on the right, and you can do your own math to add the fee and the. I didn't want to combine them because then it would be the fee put it on the screen twice, but in like a sneaky way. So keep those separate. It'll just be easier, make more sense. But hey, we're getting there. Oh damn! What is it loading? Fucking 50 of them. Jeez. That's why it's taking forever. We gotta lessen this to 10 or 20. That's not bad. It's not a bad load. This should also probably update live. It happens. There's a block every 5 seconds, so it should just like, or maybe a toggle, so that it's not always running when someone just sits on the block page. They could just toggle it on. Yeah, so they can see if any transactions go through. Maybe it's kind of overkill, but it's a cool thing we could do. Just link right into the WebSocket. All right, let's check this transaction. All right, it shows hope, fee, the fee, and then the amount that's in the messages. That's perfect. That's how we want it. We'll have to customize it for any smart contracts that we launch on chain. And we'll have to feed it the schema from the smart contracts, the WASM contracts. And then it'll know how to break it down and grab the message details. That's basically what we're giving it. Enough context that it knows how to make a decision. Let's check this. That's kind of overkill. I guess you could just say if it's up to date or not. You didn't have to actually put another duplicate version of the blocks that specific validator has. Maybe. Couldn't hurt. Could not hurt. Governance, contracts. So this is just Explorer stuff, so we're not interactive right now. Tokens, aha. It's either pulling too much data or it's, oh yeah, it's hitting denoms. Oh, and then it's offset, so there's a fallback that works, but the first one doesn't. It's a 404, which is denoms metadata, but then it falls back. It must fall back to denom metadata. Here, let me put this in here. Fallback works, but the denoms metadata doesn't. And we're going to confirm. We're going to go developer page. Let's go to denom. So get denom singular. Oh, it's still loading the other stuff. It doesn't like that I touched anything. Yeah, just gonna. Oh, it's done. All right. Denom. So we're gonna monitor this. No, that's still using denoms. So metadata for denom you hope. Now let's try this one. And there's nothing. Supply by denom. Okay, that works. Total supply, that works. Key total. So there's no metadata. For because the only denom is uhope, but there's no metadata. I don't think they would put that on. No. It would have to be uhope. That's like the native, the one that doesn't scale up the decimals. So holders, transfers. That's what I gotta hook up next. So it's just got no metadata yet. Perfect. So got rid of the repetitive, not working endpoint. Now let's work on top holders for the token and recent transfers. Why don't I just put activity transactions, because staking can be included, and activities transactions. Let's just do transactions. So let's do first we will populate the holders tab with real on-chain holders showing balance and staking balance and non-staking balance. Sorting most total to the top and adding a search bar. To the top, so you could there's an accounts page for that. Why is it pulling 0 decimals? That's not right. I wish I could put on like music or something. But when I Googled it or AI'd it, it was like, don't play music. Don't play anything you like. It's like, don't stream anime in the background. Don't watch movies or TV shows. And don't play music. I wonder if I could put like lo-fi, deep, you know? Let's see it. Oh boy. It's failing. That's on 400 errors. I'm gonna have to go into the network tab and check those out. Okay. Invalid address. HRP does not match. Yo, you gotta encode it right, you dope. Let's try this again. In the meantime, I'm gonna roll a joint. No holders. Quit lying. That can't be. Says no holders. That can't be. There's at least 3 holders. Please use the real on-chain data to list all accounts with UHOP balance. right. We're getting there. Rank? It couldn't get rank. Come on now. Come on now. What's it? Oh. Rank. Yo, get this out of here. Alright, there we go. It does take too long. I wonder how that'll be when we have even just 100. It might take like 5-10 seconds to load that page. That's not cool. We'll have to optimize it. We'll have to add caching. More to cache the account and do it on a global context level so that we'll have like a little label probably up here that says last updated at, and it'll just show time. People could always get the most up-to-date info by clicking on the account details, and then I'll make it so that updates the context globally so that it just appends to what was previously known for that account. Alright, so this is working now. Got the ranks. Linking to, this is correct. We're getting there. Active proposals. Suppose we don't need that. Total supply, active validators, block height, total transactions we could put there. Homepage. Replace active proposals with total transactions. Which should be 2. There's 2 total transactions. Alright, it's getting there. Let's have it load fully, and then we'll see if we can optimize those transactions. It's also pulling unknown. I gotta pull up the same list that's on the transactions page, but just limit this one to the recent 10 and just have the view all go right to the transactions page. we have to update the latest transactions feed on the home page to include the more detailed breakdown version on the transactions page. Transactions list page. Be sure to have it feed off the same source, so if we need to update logic, it applies in both places. It applies both pages from one place. Again, we just wanted to keep everything on the same context. We want it to understand, not to rebuild the system, just to use all the things that we've built already and plug into it and make it look good. Foundation first, UI second. You could do UI first if you're doing like a DApp. As long as you don't try to connect directly to your production smart contracts or even testnet smart contracts right off the bat, I would just mock it up with an AI agent, with an auto builder. Tell it to mock it, you know, store everything in a local database or Postgres or Supabase or something, something you're comfortable with, and have it mock the whole application. You'd be surprised how much farther you get, or more like, you'd be surprised how hard it is to even just mock it sometimes. If you're going for a complicated application, which is most of the time what people are trying to do, you know, if it's a modern idea, because a lot of the simple ideas are taken. Obviously, that is until another simple idea is thought of. But I can't think of it. But that's why it's like, this expands everything. This makes it so the capabilities and what we're going to see is going to really be like what humans actually have to offer in the creativity department, without the limitation of implementation and funding and money, especially when all it takes is time and your thoughts, and then you just, you know, construct it in the right way. Let's see, so let's check. All right, it imported it right. View all goes to the transactions page. Looking pretty good. I mean, we're not looking good, but we're functioning well. Tokens. Yeah, holders needs to be optimized. Let's change transfer. So on the token details page, change transfers to be transactions. Show all transactions involving that token. I should have said latest. It's not too late. Latest transactions instead of all transactions. I don't know what it's gonna try and pull with that. But yeah, happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. We're vibe coding. It's good days. This used to be so tough. It's just, you have no idea the satisfaction that I get from doing a prompt and saving hours of time. After all these years. I've been coding for like 15 years. It's like, I've been coding since the dark era. Since the dark times. this can't be right. So let's check what's going on here. There's no error. It's not pulling any transactions, so let's read what it's doing. Fetch transaction involving the specific denom using RPC text search. So that's what probably for the denom. That's definitely what's the problem. Let me check the network, see what's returning. Maybe it's just not interpreting the data right. Alright, so go to RPC, response, transactions empty, total count 0. Payload, the payload is params, descending order, transfer, amount greater than 0. Which I've done with this token, but I don't think it's called transfer. This needs to accommodate CW20 tokens as well as the native token. CW20 is the Cosmos, the CosmWasm standard. Cosmos. That's the standard for ERC2 tokens. Just for those who don't know. You know, Cosmos is really underappreciated, I think, in the market. People don't quite realize, like, XRP sidechain is Cosmos. Like, Google's blockchain is Cosmos. Like, Stripe is building on Cosmos. Visa is building on Cosmos. It's just worth noting, you know? It's like they made a software development kit that's unique and needed in the market. It was the only thing that filled the requirements for 2 of my projects. It's the only thing that's crazy, you know? In order to have the monopoly on that, because it's such a large infrastructure, they really built it in the right direction early, and now they're going to reap the benefits. Oops. I did something. Alright. And let's check what's going on. RPC response. Let's check the response. Still getting transaction count 0. Check how we pull transactions on the transactions list and homepage latest transactions. Those are all using the Hope token denom. Like, look what you're already doing, AI. All transfers. Alright. I doubt this will work right off the bat when we plug in CW20 tokens, but hey, I dig the effort. I really do. Pretty good. Stats. What kind of stats is this pulling? This is pulling just information from the Genesis block, the first block, basically. But it's not pulling as much as I would hope. It's a community pool. How much is separated for community pool? Probably 5%. But let's check. So let's expand on the stats, network stats page. Please expand on the stats network stats page. And the reason why I said stats network stats page is because stats is the actual page, stats is the URL, and we should probably put this whole word. I just like to do that sometimes. Better safe than sorry. Sometimes it like thinks you're talking about stats on like a transaction for the gas fee or some shit like that, you know? So spend on stats. Let's include Genesis block information, like rates, block speed. What else is on Genesis? Like community pool tax, community tax, etc. The search page is so... No, nope. I don't like that. It's got to be a pop-up. It's got to like expand. You can't just go to a new page. That's craziness. That is not how we do things. Maybe I should make the search the top of every page, but underneath, and do like a detailing, a cool detailing. I hate those when they're too big, because then it takes up the content space. This is doable, but it's also bare. You can't really do much with like a background or anything like that. So we'll have to see if we can compromise. But let's get everything functioning first, and then we'll do, alright, we got more info. And then we'll do the UI, the design, really. This is just all AI bones that it's given to me. Alright, let's keep this. We're at a good spot. And then let's check this out. So we have block speed, yeah. Oh, it's 2%, not even 5. Okay. Goal bonded. Okay, now, given all of the information, here is an example of but use variables so it's not static. So I'm going to give it all this so it knows what kind of information it can pick from. Because it might just be like displaying whatever's inside of an array, and it might not know more further context. So we're going to give it to that. And then we're going to instruct it to please put a extra stat box to show the estimated APR as well as any other important information. Yeah, so I'm hoping it makes another box right here, then it just puts together like the inflation rate, how much is currently bonded, the goal bonded, the community tax, and then it can kind of give you an estimate of how much your yield would be if you were to stake right now. But yeah, all these errors are fine. It's basically just updating the tops of the pages, and then when it gets to the bottom, it fixes the problems that are up top. Slashing parameters. Domicile. Search. Can I What am I doing with that search? I want to put it on every page, but some pages have a search, and it's specific for that page. So I'd either have to do a really complicated master search. I already have all these different searches. Like this one's already pretty complicated because it mixes together API calls and RPC calls and executions, and ropes in the builder so that you can build multi-message transactions and shit like that. So how do I manage all these damn searches? Well, we could do the overplayed AI assistant. I don't know if that's the key here. Because then we could do a fluid and break things up into categories and feed it in. That's what we have to do anyway, regardless of how we handle it. If we make a search that is multi-tooled for all of these, it's just how it is. I'm trying to think of all the different types, if we could pull it off. Transactions, accounts, validators. The contracts are not matured. They should probably make sure that works and hook all that up. Make sure you can upload contracts with a schema. And then we'd have information to feed into search to better find that information as well. But including dev stuff in a search, that would be pretty gnarly and probably not user-friendly for most people. So I don't know if that's the way. Maybe I should separate the dev search, keep it as this beast. Which means I have to work on that first, or I can work on this now and explicitly leave out contracts, the contract search. I think that's what we gotta do. I also should build out governance proposals, but maybe that shouldn't have a search. Or validators. So really it's just blocks, transactions, accounts, tokens. What else was there? That's it. So that's the top search. That's what we have to do and make uniform on all of those pages. This is much better. And all of their subsequent pages too. Like with this breadcrumb, so that they all have it. So I could put the search over here. Have that multi-purpose. And put it in the example, the placeholder, what's inside. Accounts, tokens, let's see. word this out. Oh wait, do I already have the, hold on. Let me grab hash. Let's go here. Okay. Now if I do anything else like query or get. Okay, so the search page handles that. This is not a cool recent search to show. Not a cool way to do that. Right? Accounts, tokens. Right, it doesn't do, oh no, it does address just proposals. Bullshit. Couldn't map that already. Tokens, doesn't do tokens. Maybe tokens should just be, no, tokens are fine, we could put that in the search, that's super easy. Into one search, which is the one in the header. I need to move that one in the header to be the right side of the way. One in the breadcrumbs row. Let's see. If it's 100% match, it needs to just go right to the transaction details page. To the details page. This way you can search an account like this, but do it through here. Should show an account, and but if it was 100% success rate, it would go directly to the account details page. So you don't have to go through that extra step of clicking. But let's wait for this prompt. This is gonna finish first. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's gonna be on every page now. And then what we want on the home page is a special, bigger, detailed one, so that it draws the attention and shows that it's obvious we need to go there. Let's see. We can put on the top of the home page, put a animated background. very subtle electrodes using the primary and secondary color of the theme. Want them to react to let's just do that first and just render the environment on canvas behind it as the background. Animated background. Overlaying the animated background, we need a nicely detailed search bar that draws the eyes to it in a very subtle liquid glass like way. Yeah, I think that's cool. Let's get some color. Let's get some color over here. Did I say full width? I didn't. That's right. It's gonna be like a block up here, so it's not gonna look as cool, but we'll just expand it after. Let's see how it pulls it off. Animated electrode background. Oh, let's go. Oh no. No. It's an SVG. They might be able to pull that off. I don't know what it's going to be animated. Where's the animation? It's in the name. Oh, here we go. I was expecting a whole canvas. But it's looking like they just put a whole bunch of star-like objects and they're just gonna make them glow and move. Like oscillate. Not exactly what I wanted. Not really. I need it more compact, less words, and make the whole background full width with floating electrodes in a canvas. Animated background. Yeah, went the wrong direction. I probably should have just undid and then retyped it in a different way to be more explanatory. Yeah, because it's going to remake this whole file. Boom. This is not the colors though. They might resemble it. It's very off. Alright, probably should make all these interconnect in like a big web. Each electrode connect a web. If they drift too far away, it simply fades out the line. Electrodes simulated outside of the canvas container. This way it like expands the whole size instead of making a shape inside the container, because we want it to seem a little more seamless in that way. And then we're going to make it full width because it looks weird without full width. It's like in a invisible container they can't see. Very subtle. It's like too subtle. Way too subtle. Hold on. Let me try something. No. Wonder if it stands out and has different glow, you know? It doesn't. It's just very translucent. So we need to make the electrodes and connections stand out more. Use these colors. Oh, I gotta plug in my laptop. Alright, we're gonna grab these colors from the logo, because I don't have them on hand yet. That's one. And that's two. So what I usually do, here, I'll just show you. Oh, I'm on the front end. Oh, wow. The whole time I was on the front end. Yeah, very new to this. Alright, so we got these. I'm gonna switch back to here so you can see what the hell I'm doing. So I want to use these colors so that they're darker. And it matches the logo. Okay, I think I'm gonna need like more electrodes, so I'm gonna go in to the file and I'm just gonna find the variable count and let's triple it. Let's do 150. Alright, search. Need something. And the text is not the right color. Nor is it needed. It's kind of stupid. I'm getting rid of it. Arrow search bar. No, it's not where it is. Homepage. Hey, there it is. I need the animated background to be full width past then I'll get rid of these margins right now. Well, after it's finished. I don't know what you. Let's see. You lies. You didn't fix shit. Not terrible. Needs more now. I need more dots. I'm gonna double it, probably. Yeah, let's put it up to 300. Then let's remove this text again. Why does it keep putting it back? It's gone. Alright. So now we gotta work on I don't like how that the placeholder has to be white text. Hero search bar input placeholder has to be white text, please. Yeah, it's just too. Oh, I meant black text. Jesus. Let's change that. And then let's see if we could do something about. Let's just do it manually. See if we could do something about. This is where it is. Oh, oh. Okay. It stands out more. I should probably do a little darker than black text. I mean, a little lighter than black text. Text shadow should be this, so we're gonna change this. not on this. This doesn't need text shadow. It is still. So background transparent. Please hold layer focus disable. Text shadow. Nope. Nope. Okay. There we go. It's getting there. It's like it blends into a little too much up there. But we'll move on for now. Wow, okay, there's too many of those. Let's go down to 200. Let's do 150. Alright, now we need the developer page, which I think I'm going to put on the bottom left. Need to make a bottom left with inside it, and it will link to developer page. Alright, well, put a nice code SVG instead of. That ain't gonna fly. What are you doing? Goes above and beyond on some things, and then totally drops the ball on other things. But then we need to make this wallet is going to go to that specific wallet's account details page, so it's easy to just like copy your address and see your home. Okay, so now update the connected wallet icon in the header to link to that wallet account details. Much better. And it's still not in the right color though. On the account details page, we need to add a spot for tax exports because of the nature of Hopechain. Or maybe that should just all be on the platform since it's an explorer. It's not really like a wallet hub. Platform kind of is. let's see. Well, validators don't need to show blocks, I suppose. But I don't know, it could be useful if you want to see like which validators are being used to broadcast transactions. Alright, so in overview, we'll have to include. First, let's keep this stuff. Overview. The voting power equation, yeah. I need to include. It's kind of a lot that you could include for validator. Not sure how we want to do that for this. Because there'll probably be NGOs that run validators, partners. Well, we definitely don't need to show the blocks proposed. Yeah, I'm getting rid of that. Or is it better if there's more? You never know. It's gone. Accounts page should just list accounts, like transactions list. Transactions and blocks. Lists blocks. Same way it does on the token details page, right? Alright, that one's prepped. You know, I wish I could submit it for like after it finishes and be able to do a couple in succession. But the way that it works is if I submit it right now, it'd interrupt the current AI agent and like inject another prompt, and it like loses what it's trying to do if you do that. It like sets some new objective and then either cuts it short or it just goes off. But yeah, that's next. Yeah, but I I want the account details page to be like your bank account page. Like when you open up like Chase or Bank of America or whatever bank you have, whatever app you open up. I want it to be like that hub. So we should probably have staking and all that in there. And be able to actually like execute staking. So that'll be after we fix the accounts display list, which is right now. So now let's continue. So we go into account details, inside account details page. We need this to be a hub for the connected user, like it is for the home page of a bank account application like Chase or Bank of America. Please find the UI to work like this. That's fine. Users who are viewing their own wallet, because that still shares a page with public wallets, should be able to have admin type tools on the page for their wallet, like staking, like delegating, undelegating, governance, tax export. So let's see if it fixes it as it goes. If not, I see the error. It's just an import on a module. Whoa, what did it do? My God. What the? No way. This ain't gonna work. What is these colors? We need to like reset. Give them the right colors. Get the right primary and secondary. Have them freaking stick with it. These two colors I need, so error. It's just not even saying that right. Interesting. Animate, what? Oh, really? Hmm. Right. Bond status bonded. Let's see. Let's see if it can do that. This is a tough one, actually. I don't know if it can. I might have set it up with the utilities, so it like the chart, like the graphing of the utilities, so it might be able to like tap in and literally just list data and grab data and list it. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm just thinking when someone goes to a stats page, what's the shit that they want to see? Like, yeah, they want to know this stuff in a nicer way. We'll have to redesign it, but right now I'm pulling all the data, making it functional, making it load quick, and then we're going to make it cool. I was not going right for the chart. Then creating, okay, yeah. Stats page first, yeah. Staking rewards. Community tax, liquidity movement, total fees. 7 days. So it's going to look through transactions for 7 days. Each time it loads. It's probably not great. We might have to store the stuff in a database. Make a table for it. But I'd hate to do that. I'd love to be able to just plug on chain instead. I got a new task. Let me write that down. Community tax, but I also need to show what's currently in, which is right here, I think. Community pool, 20 hope. Yeah, I need to chart like all of that as different lines so everyone can see like the total as the max, but then each individual by hovering over a dot. Alright. These are easy. Create tag statement words including movement. think actually, I just need to make the scale. Please. Is so the scale is settles the peak at 70%. And then we need the hover effect. Messages, amounts. Yeah, this way we could get that for liquidity movement. Hopefully that shows some actual dynamic range, because I think I made a transfer yesterday and then a transfer today. So I might be able to actually make a projection based on those averages. We'll see. There's no way this community pool is right. Staking rewards. Let me see where that is. So no, we want to go develop tools. That page is disgusting. I'll just do this myself. Yeah, I want to go to developer page. Oh, that's unified developer tool, component, explore, unified developer tool. I want to go to the actions tab. And I want to change the label. Actions. says this error, so I'm going to grab it from the console. wonder. No way. That's crazy. Good thing, I mean, I don't really talk much, so. Nor have I had a lot of visitors, so. I haven't really been talking at all. In my zone. But yeah, we're pretty far. We're pretty far. I'm just doing the mobile responsive right now, so it's doing a whole bunch of things. It messed up the header, and I can't really like manually fix it right now because it's doing a bunch. Yeah, we got full account management. You can look at other people's accounts, search them up. You could look at your own export transaction history and for tax reports, picking date ranges. That's kind of like my only nifty tool. Otherwise, it's just a basic block where you click on transactions. You get to see the messages inside the transaction and what it did. I'll probably put a little like thing on top here to make it so anybody can understand. So you could just like, I don't know, it'll just auto-populate a sentence like, so-and-so delegated 5 hope to this validator, for example. But yeah, we're live. We're plugged in. I was thinking about launching this on this stream. Like after, yeah, here we go. So now the mobile's finished. Need to leave the wallet section back to how it was on desktop before, just for desktop. This way the disconnect button is in line to the right. That's what we want. Now let's check this mobile view. I wonder how this will stretch on OBS. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. That is way too dark. Okay, on mobile we gotta reduce that. Hella. A lot. Let's see, where is it? Yo, thanks. Yeah, it just kind of came together. I don't know. Just kind of came together. But it's kind of cool. Yeah, I started with just the white screen. It was just white. Just nothing. And I didn't really think of it. Like, I just dealt with the cards that AI dealt me, and then I just kind of prompted my way through it, fixed some things, made things tolerable. And yeah, I just wanted it to work right. So now, when we expand this, yeah, it should be less. Oh no. Yeah, less. Perfect. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That sidebar is terrible. We need that come from the right, and we need to not have a shadow. All right. Looking good. Disconnect should probably go to the bottom. Nah, leave that at the top actually. Oh, I gotta remove the menu on footer. Yeah, I think that's alright. We're good. Except when you go to the account, for every the page it closes the sidebar. When you go to the account page, it doesn't close the sidebar. What's up, Tilly? Oh, it's food time. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta feed the dogs. Gotta feed the dog. Alright, let me see. One more prompt. Because I just saw something. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. All right, what do we got? All right, what do we do next? The search is dope. The developer tools are dope. The color's wrong. So I gotta do that. Let's run that through. Need to update the developer tools page to match the class theme. And colors. Please. Yeah, so now since I established the glass theme, which is this style for the panels, so you can host content inside of it, and has the blur behind it and the slight deviation of opacity. The developer tools page didn't quite grasp onto that, so I'm just gonna manually push it through. And it should slowly come together. access manually. I don't know why it's not understanding. Ooh. Alright, that's done. Now there's one more thing I want to do. Gotta get to staking. Because it makes no sense to be able to delegate on the dashboard, but not on the staking page. So, on the account details page in the staking tab, need the ability to claim rewards, delegate, and undelegate. Not a bad start. Let's go to the blocks list. Let's make that 6. It's kind of uneven. All right, let's look through what we've done. Let's see. 85% launch ready. Let's see what is missing. What do you have? Okay. Yeah, good thing there's nothing dangerous in that environment file. Nothing sensitive. It's all just public key information. That's why it's got a byte underscore. If it was sensitive, it would have like nothing. And that's something. It's just a standard for byte. It's not even a big deal. It's crazy. Testing the URLs. Why is that like high priority? It's we already have error tracking, I thought. Service. Oh. Just review. No, this is done. Yeah, then I'd say it's done. I'm gonna throw this in a GitHub repository. And we're just gonna push it live. Yep. Hopechain Explorer. Does this have a readme already? It has a git ignore. Does not have it. Oh, it does have a readme. Okay. So let's do. Let me do this in other. show transaction inside the account address. It's pretty simple. This is it's actually pretty solid. And then on the governance tab, I could put proposals that are live right now and past proposals. And it's really rounded actually. It's pretty good. I need to put margins at the bottom of these contents though. This prompt's taking really long. Solid. Shit's still going. Because trying to basically type everything out, like TypeScript has a very good way of declaring how variables should be, and it's like self-validating. So it's really quick, it's really good, and it's really easy to work with because then it's predictable. So that's basically what it's doing, so that it could build the application and it could be served on a production server. Oh shit, yo, a few people in here. What's up, Righteous J? Crypto Lion, how's it going? Yeah, I've been pecking through. It's coming along really quick. I did a lot of like prepping stuff. Like I basically built the whole developer tools page prior, and this is so I had all the utilities built. So if I needed to like call and invoke any of these actions, or API calls or anything like that, it would be predictable, and I could just, you know, let the UI be worked out. Yeah, I went with like a liquid glass kind of a look, and then I just threw some sort of like connecting network canvas using the colors. I kind of played with it. I made it so like the background. I made it so like half of the points and connections had less opacity, so that they were more see-through, and then there were some that come to the surface, so it kind of creates like this 3D structure kind of thing in the background. And then I made it so it kind of congregates on the outsides instead of on the center so that the content doesn't get disrupted too much. And that came like literally on a whim, and it's taken over the site, as you can see. But I'm launching today. I'm putting this up today. I'm gonna have to link up with you with GoDaddy again because I think I'm gonna need a code. So be ready for that. But yeah, it's literally it's right now it's like setting up everything in a way where it can be served to production. Yeah, I finally got YouTube figured out. I think Twitch was all messed up though. I really do. I still think it's messed up. I don't even know if it's live right now on Twitch. When I visit it, it gives me like this error. So this might be in a hell loop right now though. This AI is failing. I might have to stop it. We'll see. I'll give it another. Oh, it stopped itself. Here we go. Hey, just when I was gonna give up on them. All right, we're gonna keep these because it's built, so that's a good commit. Do this. Get that prompt done. This prompt done. In the meantime, I'm going to git add, git commit, git push, and this is going to update my repository, and then I'm going to feed that into production and get the first minimum viable product up. Twitch is messed up currently, but this way, oh yeah, YouTube's better anyways, so. I've always liked YouTube better, but YouTube did this thing last time. I got it hooked up the last time I was gonna stream, but then they like stuffed me. They were like, you have to wait 24 hours after you apply. So weird. I had to throw a text out there. How we doing? Oh, that one's done. Let's do the next one. Let's verify that this one's built. This was campaign transaction list. Right. Because there was a few accounts that were showing another account's transactions like these that have 0 transactions. It says the message transaction ext2dq, and then you go back, and this wallet is not that wallet. Yeah, it's still pulling. So I think it might be falling back to it because it has 0 in return. I'm gonna say that. On the account details page, the transactions list, transactions tab, list needs to be mindful of the involved account addresses and the messages within the transaction. Only show transactions that involve the wallet that's It's okay to show no transactions. And that should fix that. No, that's cool. Yeah. My guy's gotta work. Yeah, I appreciate you tuning in. You'll have to. I actually have a URL up for you pretty shortly. So when you get home tonight, or whenever you get around to it this week, yeah, you'll be able to like poke through. You'll be able to pull up in your phone in a minute. I'll have to just throw the link down in the YouTube chat. Alright, what was the other update? Stats, tokenomic, right? That was this. That was if you go to token details, tokenomics. Right, now it should show the full label, but this needs to be scaled, and so does the ones inside this legend box over here. We need these to scale with the decimal on the denom, the token. So on the tokenomics chart graph, I need the left labels to be rounded to the nearest 2 decimals, and also offset for the denom decimals, which I think is 6. Yeah. Alright, let's check back on the production. Let's redeploy. It's looking good. Built. Deploying. Deployed. Alright. Here's the temporary URL. How do I get to this? Alright, I put the link in chat. If anyone wants to look around. I still have to test everything, but feel free to test with me. It should work right off the bat. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's a routing problem. I just gotta add the configuration file. Let me say deploy on Yeah, basically all the RPC and API calls are routed right now through Vite configuration, but we need to rewrite it to look for Vercel configuration. And Vercel is our host. That's like what's serving our application on the cloud. Did that. Let's check develop tool. We're gonna sort this out. Let me see here. Oh, because it's not mainnet gateway, it's testnet gateway. Dopey. We're gonna have to redeploy it too. So hang on. Testnet gateway save. Let's get this new deployment going. Monitor the build. And we're good. We are live. Let's try and run some executions. So I'm gonna connect my wallet, go to my account admin tools. Let's try it on the staking page just so we know where to delegate. Just do another 10. Okay, so it claims our current rewards, then we stake a new one. We take those, and success. Alright, we good. Everything should work. Let's look at the developer tools. Let's do an API query. Okay, everything's fast, everything's good. Yeah, we're all connected. Let's check the console. Oh, nothing but greens. We're live. Let's go. Alright. Yo, good shit. Gotta fix that labels. It's still not including the 6 decimal. So the tokenomics projection chart still shows very large numbers for the labels when they are actually much smaller. Should apply the 6 decimal. Yay! Working on your end. Nice. That's what you like to hear. Yeah, mobile should be pretty sick. I have to test the QR code still on mobile, actually. Let me do that now. I'm not sure if that like moved over. So this is on the account details page. You can click the QR, and I wanted to make it so 404. Why 404? Transfer. Oh, that should work. Maybe let me go to the base URL first. Okay, the base URL works. So why isn't this one working? 404. It's not mapped. I don't think the QR code shareable link unmapped. Getting 404 not found. But yeah, that's what we gotta do. Just poke around. Oh, I gotta let my dog in. Hold on. Alright. Crushing. Doing it. Yo, congrats. Congrats to all those out there who still have hope. It's infectious. Fixing this chart. Let's move back to the local host, and then I'll serve it again. I'll fix it locally, and then I'll push it live. And then we'll test it live. And same thing with the QR code. I think those are the only loose ends. Oh shit. Okay, so now that I see. So now that I updated the configuration for production, it's now messed up on local. So Yo, I can't wait for what comes next. Now that I got my tools and I could put smart contracts, shit's about to get wild. I've got this DEX smart contract and then this other smart contract that like routes all the DEXs together in our network and then has a fallback to something popular like osmosis. That's the default right now. But I want to just build like this big network so that anybody can just plug in, and if their chain doesn't have liquidity, they can still function as a DEX. And the whole purpose is so that you can fund the contract with IBC tokens, so like Atom, and so forth, and Osmosis, Osmo, so that you can pay for these DEX services. And then I was thinking you make it so the user, when they make a transaction or make a swap on the DEX, it uses the native token, so it doesn't require the user to like go out and buy a new token. And that token gets stored up in protocol owned liquidity, so it's all governance owned. This is the type of thing that I was thinking, because then we can make it so anybody can have a DEX and build the liquidity on their DEX for IBC multi, every token. And then they can grow to become a useful DEX over time by people providing little bits of liquidity at a time, you don't have to offer up only your native token. You could just offer up a token you have that you're comfortable with, and it'll apply to that chain's liquidity. And that's the idea, unless it's osmosis. Then we'd probably just, the fallback would probably, priority would just drain the liquidity and host it on, the chain that the user is using. Yeah, the gaming stuff could be cool too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking for the DEX, because we need to be able to provide our users, our donators, and our NGOs, the charities. We need to be able to provide the charities with the ability to choose which token they want to pay out in, something reliable for them, and then the terms to that. And we need to be able to have the user to be able to pay with whatever token they want. And we also need the conversion to be reliable and consistent and on our own terms, where we're not draining money, we're not losing money by participating. So, this way the user pays the fee, we pay the upfront fee, but it's a perpetual engine, because then it's liquidity owned, a protocol owned liquidity, where we can then repurpose that to whatever token spread that we need in order to operate. But yeah, I think it's like starting the engine of a DEX that becomes this own private network. Well, it's a public permissionless network, but it's its own separate, liquidity network. And then anybody can plug into it and have the benefits of having that multi-network DEX without any liquidity, without even many users. You don't even need a sustainable amount of users. You could just plug in and then offer that service with your token, as long as you pay the fee. So as long as you put a startup fund in it, then it should be a lasting impact, and that's what I'm hoping. And then this with combination of Florachain and Fuzzlechain, like merging. It's all about team, same team, It's like merging the liquidity of everybody is what's in everybody's interest. It's like the Hopechain is using Fuzzle AI's services because it costs Fuzzle like $300 a month to have a high production quality AI service that's all like strung together on-chain transactions, relayers, oracles, all the things that are needed. And like Hope could have that separately and Florachain could have that separately, but they would all be paying more money a month And it's like, why don't we just pool those resources, and then you could pay 20% of the price and have the same benefit in your own token. And all of the impact gets applied to the DEX, which creates this big liquid, like this big network between everything that's fluid. And then you just onboard more and more to build that network. Yeah, I don't know. It's all theory. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've never. I wouldn't consider myself like someone who studied economics, or I've never won big on crypto. It's not like I know what I'm doing over here. But it's a cool ass idea. Yeah, this still isn't resolving right. Let me see. What's going on? Oh, it's still using. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, possibly. I'd like to think that maybe a large portion of science is art. I like to think that. All right. So now we should be able to push this. Right, I didn't want to get anything else done. Yeah, I think that's it. Just keep. Let's close the server out. Oh, what's this in the way? What is that? All right. We're updated. Now we have to test if that messed anything up. And I'll let you know when it's built. I think I got like 10 minutes and then I gotta run. Let me check. Yeah, I got like 15 minutes. Let's see what's left. What can we knock out? A couple more things before we're through. So share. I mean, all this works. It's pretty rounded. We need, I think the next thing probably would be governance, and then smart contracts, and we'll go right into it. Yeah, definitely governance. We gotta just touch on the proposals and the display for that. It's all built out, you know, on the infrastructure, so we're just plugging in, just like the rest of the stuff today. Yeah, that's basically it. Should probably make the validators page a little cleaner. Yeah, let's do that now, actually. Validators page should probably match the style of like blocks, transactions, accounts. But it should list it. So they should be like ranked based on voting power and APR. Yeah. So on the validators page, I'm gonna list each validator should be full width, like it is in the box list pages. Please include APR percentage for each validator and rank them with 2 sorting principles. Either, see, we want to sort by voting power or APR. Either voting power or APR percentage. Yeah. Because there's 2 different kind of stakers out there. There's people who want to decentralize the system. And then there's people who want to make the most money. It's very unfortunate for the people who should be rewarded the most, isn't it? I suppose you can make it so the commission percentage is dynamic, give or take, you know, maybe like a give or take percentage thing, so that low voting power validators would have, but that would be like rigging elections, because validators are essentially like representatives. By staking on a validator, you're giving them your vote until you vote, so you're like, you're giving them your default vote. So I don't know. Probably shouldn't rig the system like that, you know? No built-in slingshot. This isn't N64. This isn't a Nintendo game. Alright, let's see. Let's go back to local. Let's serve it up. Oh. Alright. So now I'm checking out validators. That's what I expected. Jeez, 117% APR right now, huh? I don't think it's doing that right. Alright, well that was good. That was a good rework. I don't like that at the top, but what can you do? It's kind of what you gotta do. You could put like a cool call to action container. Bring in some more color, but Explorer's not supposed to be that interesting, you know? It's just a blockchain explorer. It can't be all colorful and shit. Like it's the whole thing. No, this is good. It's informative. It's straight to the point. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm digging this design pretty. It's not bad. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a scroll container. Maybe if we make this. What is this right now? Oh, I see. Alright, that fixes that. Tokenomics needs a lot of help. That's like such a... I mean, it's not... It's got the liquidity. Once this gets out of the window for all these big mints, you know, that's why this is weird. Otherwise, it might actually be a more gradual scale. We'll have to see how it evolves when we actually get more fees put into play. When I'm like doing smart contracts and stuff. And then liquidity moved around. That might be that might automatically remain a dynamic. Like that might just be very little data, but also work as a dynamic chart. So I'm gonna give it some time to breathe. Yeah, I'm digging this. It's good. And we got mobile. Still looking decent. Oh right, I got it. Oh, it's just the overview on mobile. Aha. Let's see if that does it. That was a good catch. That was a sneaky one. Maybe I should put icons to those too, so when it folds down to mobile, it fits better. Nah, I think it'll fit. It's just 4 words. 4 words. Right. Just get this patched up. Now let's call it. Alright, let's check it. Did it catch this page? Yeah. which means it'll probably catch the other pages too. Uh-oh. Transactions list. It has no glass. Token details page. Transactions list has some needs to be on glass panel. Yeah, the rest is on glass. Oh, that was on token. Alright, and we're done. Sweet. Yeah, I should probably put margin on the bottom, and then I'll push, alright. I need to add margin bottom on the, let's do bottom. V8 on the main content. There we go. Now we're clean. Let's push this. Let's cancel this. And we'll wait until it deploys. There we go. Yeah, we're live and we're working. Good deal. Thanks for tuning in. Sweet. All right.